Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. There we go. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Oh, F? Are we effing? No. Oh, F's chat for the clock app. Okay. Confused. Today, we will be doing more Insignia related dev or something else entirely. I don't know. We'll see. I have been at a really, really exciting and sentimental and cutting edge and amazing festival recently over the weekend in the part of Sydney where I live. Western Sydney is home to the Alt Games Fest, and we had our second Alt Games Fest just over the weekend. I got to catch up with all of my favorite Sydney developers and other developers from around Australia. I also got to meet Billy Basso from Animal Well fame, and I got to listen in to Shuhei Yoshida talk about his career, and also Alana Pierce from IGN and Sony Santa Monica and other games. So it was a really good time. I, for some reason, this morning woke up with a croaky throat. I'm not sick or anything. I was sneezing a lot, and now I talk like this. So you'll get the baritone today. Okay, so I thought we would, first of all, we have to do give thanks to those of you who are in stream already on Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Big thanks to Avocado Witch Knits for the most recent follow, and Stuff Enjoyer for the most recent subscription. Virtue vs. Vice just triggered their 100 stream watch streak. Virtue vs. Vice, that's huge. Thank you so much. I'm doing my best. I hope to make you proud. Alrighty. Let's go straight into our team meeting for this week. We are pretty close to wrapping on the asset portion, or at least this current phase of Chapter 2's Insignia development with the team. Our contracts are dwindling. They're coming to a close in terms of the budgeted scope. So it's maybe one of the last big team catch-ups we'll be doing for the near future. Let's quickly go to meet.google.com and put this down here, and we'll jump into show and tell. I think I can just do that and get us started. Okay, team stand up, let's go. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Elias, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing pretty well, yeah. Lots of mixed sentiments from this weekend, lots of inspiration and at the same time, kind of like a little bit of a pang of wanting to be more involved, making smaller games in the community. But we could talk about that off of this call. Welcome, Morgan and Luca. Luca, I didn't see you on the weekend. Did you attend Alt?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. It never seems to light up when I'm talking, so. No, I went on Friday night for the form.
Okay.
But over the weekend I just had some just some personal stuff I had to deal with, unfortunately, and I couldn't quite make it. Bummer.
It was a good one. You missed a good one.
Yeah, I'm sure. You'll have to tell me about it at some point.
Will do. Next Beer and Pixels.
Mm-mm.
Morgan, what was your any highlights or takeaways, sentiments?
Um, I don't know. I was just really good. Like I went to all the keynotes. I found the Shuhei and Billy Basso talks really interesting because I actually I didn't know that much about them before going to the talks. Um, like my sister loves Animal Well. She's played through the whole thing,
Mm.
but I have not played it, and yeah, didn't know much about the guy. So it was really interesting hearing about his process, man. He's just crazy. Like listening to all the technical stuff that he did and like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, I just read through the whole manual for how to port to PlayStation because you know I was interested. Like it
Yeah.
was crazy.
Yeah, he's very like such a textbook game dev, like in that
Mm,
way. Like if you were to draw a picture of what you would expect a game dev to be like and what their interests would be, he fits it pretty well.
yeah.
Yeah, I got to talk with him afterward. I sort of ran into him, and he's super nice and humble too. Really nice guy.
Cool.
Cool. Okay. So shall we just do the best show and tell we can? So for today, I mean, I've been doing a little bit of grey boxing for Insignia over the weekend. Well, not over the weekend, over last week. Just trying to get some kind of a really good templated flow for how I'm going to like block in a bunch of the rest of the game. So there are just a few little things that I've been sort of tidying up that are a bit of a headache to work with in my old sort of tool set. Doing things like getting like cutscenes from text in Figma or Word or whatever into something that's in a scene, and to what like to an extent even like building scenes around cutscenes. So I think for now I've probably got the most streamlined version that I'm going to be able to have inside of the Unity project. That's based on Unity scenes and all of that stuff. So um, in terms of what that looks like, event sequence, not sequence player. So I've reorganized some of this stuff here and made it a bit more robust. Those of you, most of the team and even chat probably doesn't care about this stuff, but for me it's important because I interface with it all the time. This used to have a really critical save error where it would just revert to like 5 minutes ago's worth of stuff all the time.
Oh,
So that's fixed. And then I've got like a flow of buttons here for when I create like a new event sequence, which is like a cutscene. I can basically just like click these buttons in a line and just get all of the boilerplate stuff that I need. So it's like this creates a timeline asset, this creates a quest flag, this puts the timeline asset and the sequence player and the things that it needs to run the cutscene and the NPCs in the current scene. So that's pretty good. There's probably a couple of things we could do inside of scene graph that I might work over the next couple of weeks to refine. Things like we've got a lot of like junk scenes here that I'd like to put in a different graph, and being able to copy and paste them would be good. And even just like a button that just makes a template scene at a certain position so I can drop a lot of this stuff in would be good too. But yeah, getting there. I feel pretty confident with the kind of like road ahead for the grey boxing phase of Insignia's rest of development, but there's a lot of other questions to be answered that I'm sort of still also trying to mull over, to do with timelines and the business and all that kind of stuff. I was at Alt yesterday and I was looking at Cow Chess, which is a game I should shout outs to Cow Chess. One sec. Cow Chess is a game being made in Sydney. It's kind of like if Worms and Smash Brothers had a baby. So it's like destructible terrain, a little bit of like Tower Fall, that kind of thing. It's 4-player multiplayer. I think it's 4-player. Might go up to 8, but 4-player local multiplayer. And also Boomerang Fu, which is another Sydney game made by Paul Capepto, who that's getting an expansion soon. So over the week I saw both of those games and I was like, man, I'd love to like be able to contribute a very small party style multiplayer game, um, just so that I could bring something to Beer and Pixels that's new, or some small convention. I'm going to the Central Coast Comic Con to show Insignia in a couple months. So, it'd just be nice to have something new. So I've got ideas for a kind of a side project, bubbling away. But I'm also in two minds about whether or not that's something worth doing, given Insignia's current state. So I don't know. Thinking about stuff. That's where my head's at in my week. So let's pass the torch to what about Luca?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's just mostly been the slam shell
Yep.
telegraph attack, or telegraphed.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you got it. Yeah,
I
there
got it
you
up here. I like it. It's really good.
Yeah, thanks. Well, the only thing I was kind of playing around with is like the colors within his mouth, well, their
Yep.
mouth.
Yep.
Because those colors, they were just the placeholder colors, but I
Mm.
thought, oh, they just coincidentally looked good.
They're definitely mouth colors.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to make the inner red part black instead, so it was like a void. But I don't know, it didn't look quite right. Maybe my eyes have been too much on it, but
Yeah. My gut feeling would have been to flip them so that the inner rim color is the red and the inside is the black. But actually,
yeah, that's
I mean,
right.
if you've done
Yeah.
that already and it looks better this way, then
Yeah, well, I don't know, but we could change it. It doesn't matter too much, but yeah.
it didn't offend me. So
Yeah, until I pointed it out. Yeah.
no,
That's fine.
it still doesn't offend me. It doesn't offend me. That's how I should have said it.
Mhm.
Cool. We'll catch up in a bit to talk about animation for the next steps for this. But I think, like, maybe actually, if this is the last slam shell frame that we have that we needed, because I'm thinking this might work for the down and up, as you've got it so gracefully ping ponging here. Maybe we could talk about other aspects of wrapping up scope. I sort of need a bit of just a touch base about, or maybe it's something we should do offline. In any case, this is looking good.
Yeah. All right.
Good work.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Maybe we should talk later if you're free tonight, or I don't know when's the right time.
Yeah, gosh, my schedule sucks at the moment. I've got
Yeah.
another project that I'm also helping out with a pitch for. I'm being contracted out to, so that's probably my evening. But and then tomorrow morning we'll have a meeting with Morgan for audio catch up. Maybe early tomorrow morning, like 9 a.m. or like 11 a.m. or even like tomorrow evening, if you're available for that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
just need to make sure I don't know if I'll have a meeting to jump into for that other contract thing, but we'll be in touch.
That's okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Let's pencil in 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
Cool. And then I also wanted to quickly represent Morgan P, who produced, she's got some work in progress, Armin rattle animation. This is like taking a hit while you're blocking, which is suboptimal. So Armin sort of gets stuck in this animation for a little bit. It's like an ouch, but not completely into his hurt animation. So if you get hit while in this animation, then you go into the hurt animation. So it's like a second chance little thing, and it's coming along well. I think she's done well. Good work. Okay, and then Morgan R. Let's keep the Morgans going. How have you been doing? I mean, obviously it's been a busy weekend for you, so
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have really anything more to show from since Thursday.
Yeah. that's totally fine.
But yeah, just gonna keep working through that list of, expanding on the tracks and yeah.
Did you get to chat to Patrick Yalstom at all?
I did on Saturday. I was chatting with him. I didn't get to go to their talk on Sunday because I was at Billy.
Oh yeah.
I was like crazy. Like, why did they put a talk on at the same time as him? I hope they had some people who went along. But
Yeah,
no, I chatted with them on Saturday.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. I met him at Beer and Pixels in 2018 before he had done the soundtrack to Valheim. he was in Sydney for like a little bit, and he was just like showing off a game that he'd worked on. So like I knew him before he was famous, you know. We actually hadn't seen each other since then until Saturday night, and I was like, "Hey," and he's like, "Hey," and it was cool reuniting. So yeah,
Yeah, no.
if I don't know if there's any opportunity there for you two to chat more, but yeah, it sounds like you met, so nice.
Yeah, we've chatted before. He actually came and spoke at my uni while I was studying.
Ah,
Did
nice,
like a lecture there, guest lecture. So
sweet.
yeah, I've chatted with him a few times.
Well, there you go. No connection required. Cool. And Elias, you've been helping out a little bit with some map sounds.
That's right.
I'm not sure if
Yeah,
we,
that's
that's
I
right.
don't have anything to show off
Uh-huh.
quite yet. We kind of had brainstormed some different directions, and I think we'll discuss in our next meeting, like
Yeah, I'd like to.
exactly where to take that.
Yeah, I'm so for the chat, basically we were discussing there was no like sound effect when opening and closing the map. I think it was just like the spatial the reverb, the room sound changing, I guess, as you go into it. And so or maybe also like a zoom in and out sound just because it automatically zooms in and out. I can't remember if that was happening, but in any case, Elias was mocking up some sounds, and I'm still in I'm still in two minds about whether or not it should be like a tactile sound that sounds like going into a menu or like opening something, or if it should sound more like a being at the hull, like the helm of a spaceship, like a wong kind of thing, like almost like starting up the Mac OS or like something from
Yeah,
Close
like
Encounters, So it probably can't be those, they can't be both at the same time. And it probably can't be something in between. It's probably more like this or that. So where we have it right now with the three little tritone doodle is, it's good for me for now. But yeah, I wouldn't mind exploring a little bit more.
yeah, for sure.
Cool. Okie dokie. Well, that wraps me up for show and tell for today. I'll catch you all. Maybe, Luca, we should probably chat anyway in terms of just like animation scope. I think I still have plenty that I can send over to you, but yeah, it's hard because we do need to chat about how much of the schedule is left. And I don't know if that constrains the animation scope that I would otherwise be sharing with you today.
Yeah, totally understand. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll hold off on the animation meeting since Morgan's not joining us, and I'll catch you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Okay.
No worries.
Cool. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me, and have a good rest of your day.
All right.
You
See you,
too.
Adam. See you guys.
See ya.
Yeah, take care.
Cool. Sorry, pals. Sinuses being what they are. So I had a bit of a rattling morning. I had a dental appointment that I had sort of semi-forgotten that I had set. Because last week when I was sick, I had a toothache. And we weren't sure whether or not it was the sinus pressure from, being sick or something else causing the toothache. And then it went away. So obviously I wasn't thinking about my teeth. But then I still had the appointment because I hadn't been in a while. So, And then, I haven't really been... I want to talk to you guys in chat about something. Maybe share with you a conversation that I've been having with Swizz and some close members of the Indie Tales family about maybe the potential of starting a little side project. I'd like to get your thoughts. So, allow me to paint you a picture of kind of where this little thing started and what this thing is. Alrighty, first of all, I want to go to... I wonder where I put this. File. I don't know where I was typing all of this stuff last night. Ah, here it is. All right. And then we'll get some other stuff up here as well. Around. And okay. Allow me to regale you with the story of Remember Apollo, which became Arrowbound in 2018, it might have been, a long time ago now. I developed this game called Remember Apollo. It might have been 2020, but I can't remember anymore. I've forgotten Apollo. 6 years ago. Okay, so 2020. I made this game for Ludum Dare, which was basically a little platformer that you play by using Angry Birds style flinging mechanics. You click and drag to slingshot the character around the levels, and you're going between nodes collecting memories. It looks like this. This is how you play it. You sort of go boing, and you can go boing, and if you miss a node, you go back to the last node that you touched, so you can sort of jump around and collect memories, and you're figuring out the story of what happened, and as you do, you're lighting up the neurons, if that makes sense. This did very well in Ludum Dare. I think we came, I think this was like 8th place overall and like 2nd in one of the categories. It did really well. I can't remember exactly how it went, but my best entry, I think, even so far in terms of overall score. So then I spent what was supposed to be 4, ended up being 6 months on turning it into a mobile game that's built on the same mechanics called Arrowbound. And this game, I'm very proud of. This is kind of like my first published release. It's a free-to-play game you can play on Android. It's kind of, instead of being more of an artsy platformer, it's more like a Jump King style rage thing. And you will go through multiple levels, collecting furry friends from the eagles who have captured them as you climb the tower. So I really like this game, and I recently, in the last 6 months, I've been getting badgered by Google to update it because there are vulnerabilities in Unity's. There was like a day 0 vulnerability in Unity that they had to patch. They had to do like emergency releases of Unity to patch it. And so any game that had been released on Unity pre-Unity 6 had these bugs, including Arrowbound, which means if I don't update Arrowbound, they take it off the store. So that was the impetus of bringing Arrowbound back into my consciousness. I have in the past done some planning to make an update to Arrowbound with an infinite mode, like a daily mode that lets you just like fling to new platforms that get created, almost like doodle jump style, to add into it. And I prototyped that like a year and a half ago and then didn't do anything with it. And so Arrowbound is sort of just sitting in limbo at the moment. Meanwhile, we were talking about Cow Chess before. Cow Chess is a cool game, and as is Boomerang Fu. And people very close to me worked on these games, and I have been feeling consistently like it has been, when I go to these events like Alt Games Fest, and there are many other events like PAX in Melbourne. There's a Queensland Games Festival coming up. There are lots of events that come up that as a game developer, as a ambassador for Australian game development or pixel art, whatever you want to call me, it makes a lot of sense for me to go to these events and network, but it is difficult to take Insignia to those events when Insignia is either, very often kind of locked in a deep development state, or I'm just showing the same demo every year. I don't want to do that. So the notion of what if I made a little project, really small, tiny, the smallest project I could possibly think of, that I could also ship on Steam, maybe even Nintendo Switch, as a way of getting myself, I guess, a bit more familiar with the release process. Correct, Fixie Dev. So there are a few birds that I'm skipping this stone across here as I'm thinking about this idea of a side project. In addition to this, I also didn't do Ludum Dare this weekend. Ludum Dare is on right now. It might have just finished for the solo version, the compo version. And I was really, really excited to enter this year because I haven't done Ludum Dare in about a year since Wonderwood. And because I missed out on the October version and I didn't submit the previous October. So it's been like a long time since I've even done, like the one before Wonderwood would have been a year before that. So I've done like one jam a year at best, when I used to do 2 every year. So I had a little thought that maybe I could make a Towerfall style game out of Arrowbound, where it's 4-player, it's pixel art, it's 320 by 180 Celeste style graphics, just like Arrowbound is, but instead of it being vertical and single player, it's multiplayer. And very, very, very like super constrained project, 4-player, different, maybe 4 or 5 different characters. Similar concept to Towerfall in that you've got like little different heroes that have maybe slightly different abilities, but for the most part, it's just you're running into each other. In Towerfall, you're shooting arrows. In this unknown, untitled project, you would be using the Arrowbound mechanic to attack each other, which is you're flinging at each other. Slashcore is the work in progress name that I gave to this hypothetical project. It's a slingshot platform fighting game. It's for 2 to 4 players. You essentially knock your opponents off the map over multiple rounds by slashing through them, scoring points per ring out. In this game, attacking, is the only way to move. So there's no D-pad. It's just analog stick and or touch screen or mouse. You slash by pulling back on the joystick, mouse, or touch screen to store power before releasing it to fling in the opposite direction. And players have limited stamina, so you can't just keep doing it. It has to recharge, which leaves you open. You can pull further for a more powerful attack, which will beat weaker attacks because you'll be moving at higher velocities, and there's always a winner when the 2 characters collide. So it's kind of like a little game of chicken. If you're using, just like in Street Fighter, light attacks come out faster, but aren't as high priority as heavy attacks. But also, just like in Smash Brothers, if you use all of your energy to get off stage, coming back on stage is also really important. So the idea of going out off the stage to knock somebody out, you still need energy to come back. So there's lots of potential there. This is kind of like a little mock-up. So this is just like a representation of what each player is doing with their joystick. So here, this player has used half their energy to do like a max fling. This character is trying to jump up with a very small amount of energy. So this character jumps up, this character does their attack, and they go straight through. This character gets juggled up into the air, and then now with our 50% less energy remaining, the green character uses another full power attack and goes straight through, knocking our character off the screen. I had a little bit more thought. I literally had my head on the pillow for like an hour at like 4 a.m. thinking about. I couldn't help but think about this for some reason. It just sort of like got caught in my brain. So I'm going to show you a couple more thoughts that I had. So it's not arrow bound in that you're not the archer. These characters here have katanas. And so, you know, you're sort of zipping through the air, almost like Hyper Light Drifter style, or Celeste, the dash in Celeste. And there would be different weapons. So like the katana would be sort of like an instant dash or like a very fast dash over a medium distance. And then you're sort of in free fall. Apollo, if I brought him into the game, he would shoot arrows that he then follows after. So there'd be like a little bit of a delay between his hitbox and his hurtbox. But then that means he's vulnerable on the ground. An axe guy who like spins, like he kind of like can pick you up and catch you almost like a grappler, much heavier. But then if you get caught up in the axe, when he hits the ground, you get exploded. It's kind of like my Bowser. A longsword player, which doesn't have the dash, but has a much like a strong attack that has a good coverage, but yeah, it's a bit slower. And then daggers, which are like the katana, but a lot faster, much lower power, but you can do multiple jumps, like 3 or 4 in the air without running out of energy. So you can sort of zip around, but you'll get beaten if you try to go head to head with anybody. So some ideas there. And these would be like, you know, you would see those weapons here. The weapons would actually be like 50% of the character identity. It's just the weapon. And they would be like a, you know, the axe guy would be a Viking. The longsword player would be like a knight. This would be a samurai. And this would be like a ninja. So there would be a few different game modes. Not very complicated. It's just different ways to die in 3 different levels. So I had like a marble mode where that's just Smash Brothers. You if you get knocked off the arena, you die. Pinball mode where it's a closed arena, but as you build up damage, like in Smash Brothers, you get knocked further. So if you get in one strike knocked between 3 surfaces, that's what kills you. You have like basically a 3 ricochet limit before you die. So, you know, if you're in a very tight corner and you have medium damage on you and someone hits you really hard, you might go bing, bing, bing off the sidewalls and die like that. Or if you have like a lot of damage and you're in a big open space, you might get bounced off the floor and the ceiling a couple times and then die. And then snooker mode, which is there are like kill zones, like circles in the corners of the map, and you're trying to knock the other player into the circles. So just trying to put a different spin on it without actually changing how the game works. It's just different ways to die. And then thinking about tiles and tile sets, like I'd keep it super low fidelity. So almost not even thinking about auto tiling, like not even, I'm just placing patchwork tiles. You know, it's like super, what's the word? Geometric and color based rather than like trying to represent an environment, just like in Towerfall. Maybe even more abstract than that. A few different things you could collide with in the level. So they could be like bumper platforms or spikes that just give you damage and push you up like you're getting hit by somebody else. Reflective surfaces that you can bounce off of. Sticky surfaces that you can stick to, so you can like fling onto a wall and then from there initiate a new attack or recover your stamina. And then textured surfaces, which are like the sticky surfaces, but you start sliding after a little bit of time. I would be essentially just taking Arrowbound and modding it. This is an Arrowbound mod. It's not a new game from scratch. I also could take a lot of the camera stuff from Scoot or the scoring from Scoot and use that. So I kind of have half of the game like already. I feel like if this was Ludum Dare and I was starting with all of this code, I think I could have this game playable on my TV literally in 2 days. Like I don't think it would be, I think I could have it playable multiplayer in like 4 hours, honestly. Like it is Arrowbound, which is a finished game with a different scene that counts different things. You know, it's not. Anyway, that's where my confidence comes from on this project. And I would have it be a premium game like $5 on Steam or free to play on mobile, but you only get one character and one stage that you can play as, unless you pay to unlock the rest of it. I also had a cool idea that you could play local mobile multiplayer on this without networking on one device, like literally same device mobile combat. So this is like your phone, and here's like your little character portrait and stats or whatever on the outsides. This is the level. This is where like all the combat's happening. So it's the same game, it's just taking place in a square arena. But this area here is for your thumb. That's the input. So I'm holding on, you know, you've got it at the desk or on a tablet or whatever. I'm holding with my left hand and you're holding with your right hand. And we're both inputting here, playing the game that's happening here. So this is your little like area to swipe, which is like not gameplay. It's just empty space. So this is like a 1v1 on the same phone. You know, I'm holding here, you're holding here, and we're trying to fight each other. I think that'd be really cool for like, you know, two people sitting on a train together or waiting in line for something, a quick game of Slashcore or whatever I call it. Can mobile handle? Yeah. Most phones have multi-touch input. That's how pinch to zoom works. It's two fingers doing, yeah. Especially if you split the screen in half, essentially. You just say like, I would say everything left of this is player 1. Everything right of this is player 2. So this would be, the input for this game would be pretty simple. It's literally just the joystick. That's it. That's how you play the whole game. If it made sense because of game balance, I was thinking I could add like a parry on just any of the face buttons. You just press a face button and your character does like a one-time little like shield thing that lasts like a half second or less than that. So that if you get attacked while that's happening, the other player gets knocked instead of you. It's just like a way to save yourself on reaction. So there would be essentially no animation for this project. I wouldn't be doing run cycles. I wouldn't be doing idles. I wouldn't be doing hurt animations. The characters would literally be single, like the knight character would literally be a sprite of a helmet that looks like this. And then there would be an ellipse underneath him for his body. And then his hands. That's a character. So thinking about keeping them mostly square and having the character identities just be the heads. It's kind of almost like Super Meat Boy sort of thing. So I wouldn't have to be drawing expressions or anything like that. I mean, that would be the MVP version of this project. So I would also maybe do some very, very light, like particle system procedural things. So like maybe he would have like a feather that I would do Celeste style. I would just like have it be like a few different objects that are following behind him just to help the flow look a bit more animated. But that would be not an asset. It would just be red squares in pixel art that follow behind him like a feather. And each character would have a little extra thing that helps you see their trajectory. So that's the idea for the project. I really like the idea. I think the idea is killer, and I think I'm uniquely in a position to make it because I've already made half of it. I know that Swizz doesn't seem to have a lot of faith in me, in it being able to do this in a month. And I think that's fair. I was wondering what the rest of you thought, in terms of whether or not you think it would be bad for Insignia, or if it's something you're interested in, seeing me make a new game from scratch, or what. And of course, it's going to be up to me, but yeah, I think, like, for me, the goal here would be kind of similar to what I did with, or somewhere between Arrowbound and Throneless. So like Throneless, I spent 2 months and I stopped it because I didn't want to spend more than that. Arrowbound, I set 4 months. I ended up with 6, but I was happy to have it go a little bit extra, 1.5x, because I got to release a game. I think being, contributing, having my library of games that I've completed and am selling expand as a developer is a good thing. But I also know that Insignia requires a lot of extra attention from me right now. Counterpoint to that, the team's kind of wrapping up for the moment on Insignia. So I'm going to be this, if I was ever going to do this, probably now's the time before Insignia's release. I mean, Swizz, I don't know how you can have a definite, I don't know how you can say that with definiteness, but I understand why you're saying it. Multiplayer in Unity it takes 30 minutes to set up. It's not online multiplayer, it's local multiplayer. What if the plume was also the button action? Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh no, the sword's gonna be the button action. So like as you're pulling. Wait, the button action? Do you mean the input or the action button? The button action. Oh, to signify. As in that you can do it? Yeah, only one device. Yeah, exactly. It's not multi-device. And look, I know if I was to actually set up this project, I actually agree with Swizz directionally. I think with the right funding, still have to message you, Insignia could come out in like 2.5 years plus. But I think this side project will take more than a month, at least with post-launch fixes and support, etc. Yeah, I think there's one more consideration on this that I thought I would raise, which is that I've experienced in the last little while with the Insignia team that we got into issues. So I've discussed with, for example, Elias, the prospect of changing his contract next time we get together. If Insignia is funded, changing the contract to be more of an employment basis. And if I was to do that, I'm essentially now the director of a company with employees. And for that company, at that point, paying people a wage, if they have nothing to do, then you're still paying them every day, right, for their time. So one of the other considerations here was the idea of, if I have like a couple, Arrowbound plus one other game, just floating around, we could be supporting those games if we have employees, at least to not be hemorrhaging money. If there are inconsistencies with the scheduling for Insignia, if something's happening where like somebody can't work on something because of something else, then at least I could say, okay, today just work on this instead, put some time into this part of that. Maybe that's, I don't know, there could be more trouble than it's worth, but I know a lot of the successful companies that are in Sydney at the moment making games they don't just do one thing at a time. Yeah. So, they'll have multiple clients that they're working for, or they are working on their project while working on client work, or they have a couple of games that they're working on day to day. It's just something where you're not putting all the eggs in one basket and forcing the project to support everyone's work hours, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So, I don't know. Look, a lot of this is contingent on wishful thinking, and a lot of it's obviously I want to be able to separate my emotions from what is a good idea. At the same time, a lot of the conversations that I had over the weekend, I found myself at this festival expressing something that felt very honest and real, and that I shouldn't ignore. And I'll tell you what that is. As I'm a developer, right? I make games, and I'm a content creator, and I'm also running the studio, and da-da-da. I have all these things. And working on Insignia is a great, right now, the skill set that demands from me, and where the trajectory of that project is headed is very it's what I want for myself in a kind of career projection commitment thing. That's what I've chosen to do. At the same time, however, there are other parts of me as a gamer, me as a developer, me as the same thing, as a community leader, as a representative of Australian game dev, or just someone who makes games in Australia, who is not being served by Insignia right now. And those parts are, when I have these moments of inspiration, wanting to work desperately on something else for a little bit, that's part of me saying, hey, I'm not being served here, right? I'm not getting what I need. And I don't want to ignore that. I don't want for the next, if you guys are right, 4 years of my life to be spent only fixating on Insignia and what's the word? Neglecting very valuable parts of me. I really feel that part is true. That like I would have to be neglecting parts of myself, parts of things that I care about, roles that I can fill, or opportunities that I could explore that might even help Insignia. I would be neglecting those things if I just went, nope, head down, I have to work on Insignia. In fact, I didn't go to this festival I didn't showcase at the festival because I thought it was best for Insignia if I didn't. At the time, 3 or 4 months ago, I was looking at, where the money was, how much it would cost for me to do this or that, or what opportunity I would get. And I was making all of these like business decisions for the game that weren't based on what I wanted to do. They were just based on what I thought probably I should do. They were being conservative rather than optimistic. So, like, this conversation we're having right now, we could have had this conversation in 2020 about Arrowbound. And even if I take Zenzi, even if we take the extra time I put into Arrowbound, if you were to ask me, Adam, would you prefer to rewind the clock? Maybe you don't get 6 months back from Insignia. If you delete Arrowbound from the universe, would you trade 6 months for it? I don't know. I don't know if I would do that. I'm very proud of Arrowbound. It's something that I have because I spent that time. And I learned a lot. There were a lot of mistakes that I made through it that I would have made for Insignia instead if I didn't learn from them in Arrowbound. I also learned about myself. I learned about what kinds of games I like to make and aspects of my personality that might have sabotaged Insignia if I hadn't confronted them through Arrowbound. So as an investment, I don't think that it's necessarily I mean, I guess the only real conversation we would be having here is, can you afford, for Insignia's sake, to pause it for, let's put a cap on it, 3 months, right? Let's just say worst possible shameful scenario, we spend 3 months. If it took me longer than 2, I would consider scrapping it. I mean, that's what I did with Throneless. So it's not, to be generous to me for a second, to give me some grace, I didn't spend an inordinate amount of time on Throneless. I spent a week in a jam. I gave myself 2 months. I spent 2 months and I said, I've explored what I wanted here and let's go back to Insignia. So it's not like, when we say 6 months, I can understand the argument that like maybe this concept might deserve 6 months of work to be what it wants to be. But that doesn't mean I have to spend that 6 months concurrently from today and sacrifice Insignia for 6 months, even if that's the case. Like I can spend a month and put it on itch if I want, you know, or whatever, a month and a half and try to get it on Steam. Even if that means its trailer's not very good and it doesn't get into Steam Next Fest, and it's, you know, if it's just like I put it out there to put it out there, I think that's okay. I think that's all right. I don't think that I will lose sight of myself as a developer if I were to commit that time. So I don't know. I just don't, I mean, like Swizz, this thing about 4 years, I mean, that is a number that you just made up, right? As much as I would be making up whatever number I would say. And I know it's not based on nothing, but I don't know if it would be, I don't know what value there is in, is it just a question of thinking about it as worst case? Like worst case scenario, hypothetically, if it was to take 4 years, would I be okay with it? I guess my response to that would be like, I have to be okay with however long it takes because that's how long it's going to take. So the next question would be, would I want to spend 4 years and not have had a side project inside of that 4 years? I don't know. That would hurt me. Yeah. Because I would be, the feelings I feel today that I felt at the festival didn't feel good to feel. The feeling of like, I am not actively contributing in this scene. Because the project that I work on is so big that people don't think of me as someone who they should be disturbing. You know, that's something that I really resent. This idea of like, oh, well, Adam's doing his thing, so let's ignore him or let him cook. Meanwhile, the Sydney game development scene is doing all these cool things, and these people are working on this, and let's, you know, I don't like that. I don't like the idea that I would be perceived as being inactive through this period of Insignia getting to release. Particularly because like I'm not planning on doing another demo for Insignia for a long time. Like I'm not planning on doing like a public demo soon. There's no like public milestone for it unless we were to do a Kickstarter, which is not off the table, but possible. You know, if it was up to me, I'd love to just finish Insignia and then in the last few months of finishing it, make a big song and dance about it. So that means that I'm still looking down the barrel at a number of years, whether it's 2 or 4, of not being an active member of the game development community insofar as not the news cycle, but, you know, the whatever you want to call it, being prolific in the scene and just engaging with people and networking and finding new opportunities and having a reason to go out and engage. I think, yeah. How does that all resonate with you guys? Yeah, there's a certain feeling that I felt starting Insignia that I feel right now, which is this feeling of I will regret it if I don't listen to this part of me. Like, I don't want to resent Insignia for like taking me away, if that makes any sense. What I'm trying to get at is that Adam of 3, 4, 5 weeks. Adam of 3, 4, 5 weeks? Is that what I'm trying to get at? Is that 3 or 4, 5 weeks ago was limiting? You don't have enough time to get everything done for Insignia release when you want it to. Well, I think I need to take this shirt off. It's starting to get really hot in here. One sec. I'm going to be right back. Merch, by the way. Merch. Insignia merch. Not before I take it off. Actually, I'll show it to you. But I've got a green screen on underneath this merch. Let me. So I might become invisible for a second. Check it out. Wow, Insignia merch. It's a lovely AS color, long sleeve, large Insignia merch. You can get it right now at that link. There are also other styles, t-shirts, hoodies, Insignia merch. Get yours today. All right, and it looks like I held up, so I'm not green, which is good. I'm green. I'm blue. If I was green, I would die, as they say. A philosopher once said. I'm also not immune to side project delaying in the main. I've also been working on my platform over 7 years and can blame a decent amount of that time on a game jam I wanted to flesh out instead of the game that I wanted to release on Steam. Yeah, I just like... It's like this. I can't show you any of that. Spoilers. Side project. contract project. Oh, you can't see it anyway. That's great. Okay. Yeah, it's this idea that like Insignia is this giant tree trunk of a project. And I feel like my game jams are like these tiny sprouts. And like every 2 or 3 years, I just feel like it's nice to just do like one branch and just see what happens. Like if you have like 2 or 3 like branches, you might get some fruit here, you know? And it's great that you have this giant trunk that's monolithic and it creates a lot of stability and future and blah, blah, blah. But like, you can't just have this like big, this is my one chance for success. And it's going to take me 12, you know, it's like my, what do they call it? The flower, the millennium flower thing, where it's like, it grows from Dennis the Menace. It like grows for like 12 years and it flowers for like 6 months and then it's one day and then it's gone. You know, it's like, it might be just as a survival mechanism, a better strategy to have like a couple of things on the go so that you're not putting every egg in one basket. And yeah, like I am staring down the barrel at quite a lot of grey boxing for Insignia. Quite a lot of, dare I say, potentially less interesting to watch grey boxing. Like it might be like 3 months of me just populating Unity scenes with dialogues, you know? Yeah, there's so much work I have ahead of me on Insignia that I don't know. I mean, the least kind thing I could say right now would be maybe I'm trying to, it's like, is this a procrastination? But I also, I don't know, I think the other reasons I just gave were also very valid. So, I don't know. I literally have like one of the people that I respect the most in the Sydney game dev community who has a lot of reach. I mean, he's kind of like the reason that Shuhei Yoshida was at this festival. He's like a very, you know, he's an influential guy in the community. Every time I talk to him, he's like, when are you making something else so I can help you support it? You know, like, it's just, we live in a market that likes to celebrate things and move on, you know? And I'm just concerned that like, I don't want to be the guy asking people to keep caring about Insignia when it has years of release and my 4 years away project is the only thing that I can talk about, you know? Maybe that's selfish. Maybe that's not a good business decision for Insignia. Maybe that adds risk to Insignia. I guess I don't know how to like resolve those two things. Like I don't know like which is more important to me. Like I look at Arrowbound, you know, and I'm actually like, I'm like impressed. I'm like, I made that. Like sometimes I kind of like forget what I'm capable of in a way. Like this got good reviews. This was a good game that I made. People tell me they like this game. I would like to feel that feeling of like being responsible for finishing something that's good, that I can share with other people. Like as an artist, I've just been feeling, yeah, I don't know. I suppose I've got two options, right? My options are resolve these feelings a different way and power through on Insignia, or submit to these feelings and do a side project. And I understand, Swizz. And you know what? Can I say something? I want to like apologize to you a little bit if I seem overly defensive or like abrasive at your playing devil advocate, because I know that you're trying to be fair with me, and that you're also just looking out for me, a different me. And it would not be right if I was to be ungrateful for that just because it makes me feel uncomfortable. So please don't feel like like I'm not appreciating it. Well, that's the thing, Mosles. That's the you know, like there's something there of like what there's a what's the word? One of the biggest things that I've been trying to change my mindset about in the last couple of months is like, don't worry so much. Like, trust yourself. Like, life will take you where it takes you, and that's okay. And if you're the guy who does this, it doesn't mean you're not the guy who makes Insignia. It's just you're doing this for a bit, and that's okay because that's who you are. So like being more okay with following my the thing that gives me joy in life. I think that might be okay because I don't know if I can be anybody else. You know? Like, because the alternative is to suppress yourself in service of something that you value, but that's not. I don't know. I think you know what the difference is between this and like even something like Throneless is that I don't just think this is like a good idea. It's not just about like, oh, I want this game to exist because I'm interested in it as a genre thing. There's something else that's like a part of me is being neglected if I am not engaging in jam style game development every so often. And I don't think that I should have to just wait for Ludum Dare to come around to do that. Like, we could have a jam, you know? We could just do one. I could create content out of, hey, let's make a game in a week. Or I'm doing this fun thing, you know? I don't think I even have to, like, do we really need an excuse to do this? Or even just like, let's not have the pressure of a game jam. Let's just enjoy doing something for a bit. Yeah. I'm... Hey, Nanmu, thank you so much for the sub. I'm trying my best. I want to be fair. I think if I just listen to myself, the part of me, the answer is this. I'll just say it. Adam, you must, I give you permission to do this thing as long as you make a best faith effort to prioritize Insignia funding through the process. You must reach out to publishers. You must continue those conversations. And if for any reason something happens that will force you, that would require you to return to Insignia, then you must prioritize Insignia until the next time we're in this position. I think I would be okay with that. Will that happen? Yeah, if I say it will. Yeah, I'm not like some kind of maniac. I'm not going to lie to myself. If I say I'll do something, I'll do it. I think to give this its space, I think I would want to pause for a little bit. And the fact that the team is wrapping up on their schedules right now, it feels right. It feels like there's a lot of reasons to do this now, and not a lot of reasons. Like, if I could just mention this, Insignia right now, it's like there is like the, that's a straight line I drew. There is like the journey. Wow, that's really, really good. And there are times when it makes sense to put more effort or less effort into Insignia because of opportunities that come up that align with calendar schedules or, you know, yearly cycles or demo releases. You know, I put a lot of time into the demo because I wanted feedback, because I was making critical decisions about gameplay design, and so I needed to put a lot of energy into polishing the demo because that was going to help me release a bottleneck for game design. So then there are times when it's just flat. You know, it's just, there's going to be a lot of time here where I'm not learning anything new. You won't see anything new. You will see me doing whatever. And there are things that can help Insignia as a product in this space, which is the funding stuff. But none of the work I do in the next 2 months is going to make Insignia a more attractive project, other than potentially my ability to scope it a bit better. That would be it. It would be the back of the napkin calculation of what I need. I would be better at making that calculation if I stick to grey boxing Insignia, which may help me with publishers. It may make me more confident to have been doing the grey boxing, to say, hey, yep, I know exactly how long it's going to take me because I'm doing it. But of the slopes that are the Insignia mountain, this slope is the flattest, I think, that I will ever have been facing, if that makes sense. At least in like recent memory. Like probably like post, like 2020 to 2022 was a slow period, because I was just working on chapter 1 and 2 and going around. But since 2022, there's always been a reason to push towards a thing that players will see or will shape the future of the project in a way that if I develop it, it will have a tangible outcome. But like, a publisher doesn't care if I've grey boxed 20% of chapter 4 or not in the next, from what the game is. You know, if I put a demo in front of them, they get what the game is. So I don't think it's going to change my negotiating potential or anything like that for me to have done that. So not to say that it's not helpful, but it's the most opportune time right now, you know, 20th of April 26, for me to spend time doing a side project. Yeah, I know, it's certainly possible. Yeah, but I think it's also like, I don't think that I would say it's the suggestion that this would be a procrastination, to me, doesn't ring true enough to make me discount all of the positive reasons why I would do the side project. Like, like I don't feel the way that I feel at Alt on Saturday. I felt terrible at Alt on Saturday. Big event, lots of people coming up to me and saying thank you for my YouTube content. Developers who were showcasing their games saying I learned from your tutorials, and a lot of positivity coming my way, and me not being able to enjoy any of it. Not any of it, some of it, but a voice in my mind hurting me and not allowing me to enjoy it because of this sentiment of I'm not contributing anything that as a developer right now, and haven't been for a few years. In fact, like more than ever, I feel like I'm at this inflection point where like the most amount of people know me and are interested in talking to me, or feel like I've made an impact on them, with the greatest gap between the last game I released or anything that anyone can play of mine. It's like the biggest disconnect between how I identify myself as a developer and how other people identify me. That has a lot of tension in there that I don't like. The Insignia combat system. I mean, as a playtesting thing, yeah, I could, but I don't know. I don't know. We're stepping into like another pit here if we walk too close to it, about like how hard should I be trying to make Insignia marketable to watch the development of? Like if I was making a slice of Insignia combat that was 5 minutes long or gifable or whatever, who is it for? What would be the purpose of that? Is it just to have people play it at an event? That's not the same thing. Like I'm talking about like releasing something that like my nieces and nephews can play on their Nintendo, or on my phone. If I bring it around to them, say, hey, we're at a family event, and someone says, oh, what are you working on? I say, I worked on this. Like, to have a better relationship with with players, not just my audience or, yeah. No, I feel good. I feel really good knowing that my tutorials help thousands of people get into game dev, but there is this, I think it is very important for someone who teaches to also do. I think it's very important for me as someone who wants to be contributing to the education space. It's also important for me to contribute in the consumer space so that I can give tutorials that have actual experience behind them. I don't want to make content about something that I'm not experienced with. So you have to have life experience to express. At least I think that way anyway. Well, I know I find it difficult to be a teacher if I'm repeating myself, I find it difficult to be a game dev content creator if I don't have any new games that I'm making. It's difficult to be me if I can't do the things that I want to do. Yeah. And I've felt these frustrations build. I felt them build. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think I should. The worst case? I mean, the worst case would be that, honestly, the worst case would be I make something that's less compelling than Arrowbound and as much of a... And I self-sabotage it the way I did with Arrowbound. But I won't do that. I mean, I know I won't do that. So I guess the real worst case would be I sell it and it sells very few copies. I put it out for $5 on Steam and I get like, I don't know, 20 sales or something like that. That would be sad. But I have a feeling that it won't. I have a feeling it'll do better than that. So honestly, like, shukran ya Mosles. I know. It just feels like, hey, here's a way I can take something that I'm proud of and make something new that I can be proud of. And it lets me share something that I have inside of me with the world, which would make me happy. That's how I feel about it. You know, that's what game dev is. You know, like doesn't that feel, yeah, there's something like just there that's like, oh, you know, just be a game developer, Adam. And I know that oh fuck, man, I'm gonna get emotional here. Pals. All right, you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. This is how I feel. I'm so tired of being at this point in Insignia's development where I trust myself mostly to navigate Insignia as a developer, as a director, to know that I need to be doing this step next and that step after. I trust myself. But it's very hard to relate to other people, even other game developers, about the part of where I'm at with Insignia, because Insignia is so, it's such an extraordinary thing, and I mean that in like the literal sense. It's so unusual for someone to spend so long working on a project like this and to be confronted with the kinds of problems that I'm having, that I kind of need to have something for me personally to feel more confident that anchors me to everybody else. It's like I'm on a spacewalk and I'm so far away from the ship, and it's like, yeah, I think I'm okay. Like, yeah, I can like use the little jets on the backpack or whatever to get back to the ship. I'm okay, but like it would help me so much to just relate to people and to feel confident about what I'm doing if I could just express my skills in a space where I have competence that's lower stakes than Insignia, and share that with other people. Because like talking about production on Insignia is like, and like the problems that I'm solving and like why things take a certain amount of time and all that stuff, I like it and I think it's valuable to other people, but like I don't think many people recognize or relate to what makes it valuable to them. I have this thing that I feel very strongly about, and I've been saying it in different forms to different people. I notice myself, you know, when I'm having conversations with people, I listen to what I'm saying and I take note of anything that is common to see if there's like a thread of sentiment that I'm building. And this is the sentiment that I feel. This is Sydney, right? Or any city in the world. Sydney has a lot of small developers making small games. So many. Okay. And there are a couple of studios in Sydney that are big and make small games, and some that are big and make big games. Not many. It's kind of like very oddly shaped and very rare. And there are lots and lots of seeds getting dropped. This is now a garden. Lots of seeds are getting dropped into the terrain. And grass grows in the meadow, right? Small games get made by small developers, and that's lovely, okay? But very few seeds sprout into trees. I don't see new studios getting created and thriving and getting bigger. I don't really see that. And certainly not with story-centric games. I don't see in Sydney's future a Final Fantasy X being created at all. Like there is no future where I see a Clair Obscur being made in Sydney. That's just what my brain, just looking at who is here and what we make. Nobody is getting experience in making those kinds of games. And I'm making games because of those kinds of games. So if I care about a future where there are studios that can hire juniors and teach them the skills that I'm learning right now, these like bigger production skills, these like deeper, more like over the course of multiple years, thinking about developing systems, how those systems cohere with story, how that affects level design, these like very deep problems that I've enjoyed learning through. For that to be a future, it's like I don't want to be Noah building the ark on the side of like a pariah, going, hey everyone, we need to learn how to build big boats. And no one's making medium-sized boats. It just feels like I can't relate to anybody anymore. People like want to talk to me, and we're talking about game dev, and like I'm almost talking a different language because I'm not solving similar problems to them. And I don't know if people think of me as a game developer. I think people think of me as a YouTuber who talks about pixel art and has taught them about pixel art. And it's like, I kind of need that touch point to feel confidence again. I kind of need to show that like, hey, yeah, I can make a good game. I know what fun looks like, and I know how to make games that aren't just Insignia. Like I know how also to make a game that feels good to play and that is fun to play with friends and is not just like a mouthpiece for me to tell a story. It's just like a fun thing you can do. I like that too. Like I think it would be good to be able to exercise that limb. Just to see myself do it, you know, I think would be good for me. Just so that I don't feel so alienated. That doesn't sound like me procrastinating about Insignia. You know, to me that sounds like it's a different thing. I mean, it's probably louder because of what's in front of me with Insignia. Like it's probably that I feel this way more strongly because ahead of me is more alienation. But it's not that I fear this step. I actually am looking forward to this step of Insignia. I actually really want to do the grey boxing stuff. I just don't want to have spent like potentially the rest of my year doing something that no one can appreciate. As someone who streams every day, like as someone who makes content for a living, I'm a little concerned about like doing something that like isn't very watchable for like years in a row. I don't know, not years in a row, but just like to have it been so many years since Arrowbound just feels like I lost something of myself. Like there's a part of me that I've ignored. You know, like I like playing music, I like playing guitar. I don't play my guitar anymore, and part of me is sad about that. It's like, oh, I care about music. I like doing that, but I haven't done it. My wife and I have this this exchange every now and again where she's like, I'm a creative person, and I'm like, I've never seen you draw anything. You know, like, she doesn't create things. She might be a creative person, but if you don't create things, like, are you? That's how I feel about this. It's like, if I'm not releasing games, like, am I a game developer? in some way, you know? It's just like an honest, it is, it's have you read Flow, the psychology of optimal, like flow states? I'm aware of the psychology, if that's what it's about. Like the, you know, this thing. I haven't read the book, but I'm saying, is the book based on the research of like flow states? Like, you break this up into 9 windows, and it's talking about like challenge versus competence and the interplay between those things. And so getting someone to be highly invested in something requires them to be as competent or just about as competent as the challenge they're facing. Is that what we're talking about? Too challenging, they get stressed. Not challenging enough, they get bored. Okay. Cool. I mean, I take your advice, Taralis. It's in my bookmarks in my brain. You're a game developer. Yeah, hey, I've been developing Insignia for so long. I'm such a good game developer. I'm not a game seller. I'm a game developer. That's a good line. I don't know. This is how I'm feeling. It sucks. It sucks to have imposter syndrome. It sucks to feel like I'm not real or that I'm lying to people. And I know I'm not, but I still feel like I am. Or maybe I'm just feeling a hole in my heart. You know? It's like, I feel this way one way or another. And it probably doesn't matter why I feel this way. If it's real and authentic, I probably should listen to it. If not listening to it is forcing me, is making me do maladaptive things or feel maladaptive things. I don't know. All right, Taralis, thank you. I promise I'll try. That's all I can do. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I'll be honest, I haven't been in the mood for this conversation at all today, but I'll listen to it. It feels pertinent, so. I'll wait for the question. I don't have any task to do in the meantime. Oh, really? I don't know. Not actually. Maybe to see, not because I wanted resistance, but just to see what you would think. I sort of more just like I trust other people. If other people encourage me to do something, then it's not just me at my whims. But that's not saying that I'm asking for them to be contrarian. It's not all ego driven. Sometimes it's just research. Maybe I should just write down some things that I want to do. Okay, hang on. That's a Discord link. I will open that closed. It didn't, hang on. Is it the personally I feel quite comfortable? Which I'm trying to find out where that. Okay, I'll screenshot it and just confirm that that's the one that you mean. I just don't like using Discord on stream too much. So you're asking me how much do I resonate with this today? This one? All right, let me read it. I'll do it in my voice. I'll do an impression of me. Personally, I feel quite comfortable with building the game. I think it's going to be difficult to get the funding I want without giving up significant amounts of control or equity, but I won't stop working on it until it's done. So there's no doubt in my mind currently that I'll get there eventually. I sort of feel at peace that I'm doing my best and that my process is refined enough to let me tell my story. I'd love for it to resonate with people, and I could see it doing that, but I don't think that my ego can really stretch far enough to need or expect that result any longer. When I started the game, there was this very naive sort of expectation that I could make something new that felt classic and amazing that would be a cultural phenomenon. Of course, I still use that passion as a guiding star for the dream, but that's all overshadowed by something else. The process has been so devastatingly humbling and agonizing, and an agonizing strain on my personality to constantly shape myself into someone who can deny my impulses in order to do what needs to be done to finish the game. So at this point, it's kind of like I have no choice but to be proud of myself for how far I've come and grateful for the opportunity to continue in the hope of one day finishing. That's all I have right now. The illusion of grandeur and need for validation are very distant now. They're not very useful tools for motivation 10 years in. So that was in response to a question. It was because we had been talking about Concerned Ape, if I'm not mistaken. So let me get the context. It was actually in response to this here, I think. Let me include the person. This is from Dan on Discord. So Dan had said, your chat from yesterday about fear of failure and the pressure to succeed reminded me of Andy Murray. Huge pressure on him from British media to win a slam. They'd say you'd be the first Brit to win it 70 years, blah, blah, blah. He got he won his next one. Yeah, so this idea was something like, I think when I read this, my interpretation of it was something like this. That it was saying that I will get everything I want. I will make a big splash with Insignia if I just relax and let myself do it. And then my response was, actually, it's okay if it doesn't make a big splash. I need for that to be the case. And there's a lot of work that I've had to do on myself to do the work in the face of the risk that it could possibly not be a big success. Like, I can't use the vision of success as my everyday wake up in the morning and use that to go to work, because I can't. It wouldn't be strong enough. It wavers too quickly. You can go into delusion doing that. So that's why I wrote this, which is to say, yes, I mean, I relate to this in that that's how I work on Insignia every day. I work on it by loving it for what it is and what it demands of me as a developer to work on it every day, to enjoy it every day. That what's the word? The amount of Adam that represents every day, that's like, you know, if this is who I am, you know, and this is my head and this is my arms and this is my legs and whatever, it's like a lot of my head and a lot of my like right arm, it's facing us, so that's his right arm. It's like, yes, I'm very proud of my head and my right arm for being able to do this, but like, what about my like heart and my left arm? In the meantime, I'm having to neglect these things in order to do this, right? In order to be this thing that Insignia needs, I have to not engage with making other games that I might want to make. I have to not be open to, you know, a bunch of other sentiments that I have, or just ignore them. Right, to not think about the Australian game dev community and what role I have in it, or how I want to connect with other developers and all of this other stuff. It's not that one is good and one is bad. It's just that they are different values that I have that don't intersect with each other. It's just doing this every day doesn't mean anything in the context of other developers. It's like a different thing. It's like walking your own path versus helping other people on their path. Maybe it helps you to help other people on their path if you walk your own path. Like, sure, there's like cross stuff. Like, I think I value the skills, but all the other feelings are still there while I'm doing this. So, what's your next question? Yeah, does that answer the question? Like, I'm not making, if I make this side project, it's not because I think it will be a big success or a bigger success than Insignia or anything like that. It's not like a contradiction to working on Insignia. I hope. Or maybe it's like, hey, if there is a part of me that does want that kind of success still, maybe I can take some of the pressure off Insignia to have that kind of success by having some more chances in other ways. You know, I'm only human. Of course, I've got a bit of an ego. So like, maybe this is a healthy way to relieve some of that pressure. I just like really, I really, really, really don't feel comfortable talking about Insignia and the lessons I've learned from it in the past tense when the game isn't out yet. That's literally it. If I could say that out loud in a big, nice bow, it's the reason I don't upload many essays on YouTube. I just at my core do not feel comfortable saying I learned this lesson about complexity and making games and blah, 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 blah when the game's not out yet. It feels wrong. It doesn't feel earned. It feels weird to do. If I release a smaller game that uses some of those skills, I can say, here is the skills that I learned on Insignia that I used to make this cool game. That's fine. I can do that. But I can't say, singing from the rooftops, follow me and the way I make games. This is what I've learned on this game that's not out yet. I can't do that. I think it's a false comparison. I don't think it's super fair to take this Adam and me and say, oh, what about that? I don't think that's really, as a framing device, I don't really like it. How many game dev lessons are learned after clicking the release button? Well, this is what I feel, Jolly Girl. And I know in my heart, I know I've learned the lessons that I've learned. But the litmus test for a lesson is the value in the lesson. And in game development, the value comes from the player. The player is the arbiter of a game's value. So if my games are not in the market and are not being played, I cannot consider my lessons valuable. That's how I think about it. I've learned them. They've shaped me. But to say that what has shaped me is valuable for other people to take on is determined by how players enjoy or don't enjoy my games. And to some extent, you could say that's ego, because it's like external validation, but you could just also call it like academic rigor too. It's just what science is. You need data to validate a hypothesis. You can't just say, oh, I spent a lot of time making a game and here's all the reasons why I think you should make games this way. That's not good enough. It's also the reason why when people go to Reddit and they say, I spent 10 years making my game, please play it. That's not a good enough story. That's not, the amount of time you spent doing something isn't proof that you're good at it or worth listening to. The demo reception's good. I'm actually very happy with it. Yeah. I don't know. Am I wrong for having that value? Like, is that really something you guys would want me to unlearn? Sure, credibility. Let's use that word. It's something like I think that there is a if you approach the conversation from a fear-based perspective, there is something like, you could say a sentence like, Adam just doesn't want to grift people. Adam doesn't want to be a grifter. And I think that's even a fair fear to have. But actually, there's a different way I can think about it, which is something like, I want to know that I'm being helpful. I want to know that my lessons have value, or the things that I've learned has value. Where does the pressure come from to be a teacher? I see myself and am seen by others completely separately to what I think, I am seen as someone who people consider an ambassador in my local community and globally to some extent. It's not, whatever. I'm just some guy, but still, like everyone that I met at GDC last year, everyone that I meet at Alt, that I meet at PAX, the people who come up to me and say, you helped me get us started making games. To those people, I owe credibility. I owe it to them, in my perspective, not just because I don't want to lead them astray, but because it's so important to me as a person who lives in Sydney, Australia, that this city gets its studios, that it proves itself as a place where government funding. Let's be real with it. I'm literally on the Screen New South Wales website in a video explaining to prospective game developers how they should structure their pitches in order to get funding from Screen New South Wales. I'm also a recipient of Screen Australia grant funding, and that funding is contingent on the industry making good of that funding. My ability to make a good game, whether it's Insignia or any other game, and my being able to express that out into the community and be a good representative of a game developer directly affects the ability for other people to get funding for their games. That's real. That's not just like ego. That's just like the facts of it. That if the game dev scene doesn't grow and doesn't show that growth, and I know that I can contribute and I want to. This is a positive thing. I see so many people who are starting on their journey and they look up to me. They're looking up and they're like, hey, where are my opportunities for jobs? Which studios can I get hired at after this? How do I design games? How do I make money from games? All of that deserves to be nourished, and I want to contribute positively to that. And I think in some ways, working on Insignia not alone with my team, but like without it being something that I can share to players and validate as a product, like monetarily, because I'm not operating in the market, I feel like I'm doing a disservice to all of those people who would look to me for advice on how to build businesses. Because I'm not right now. That's how it feels to me. That's where the pressure comes from. Like if you Google like how to get Screen New South Wales funding, like my face is there. That's real. It's not just like Adam, loves himself or whatever. Do I have a day job? At the moment, it's mostly streaming, but I do some contract stuff on the side. I don't have a separate day job. And this responsibility that I have, it's not a responsibility that I necessarily even like, it doesn't like make me feel like good of myself to have it. It's not about me, actually. Like I actually don't care whether or not it's me that has this responsibility. But if of anyone who does have that responsibility, I care a lot that they do a good job. So given that I'm the person in that position, I care a lot that I do a good job. That's how it is. That's how I feel. It's really not about like, it's like it matters what people think of me because it affects how they operate, not because it makes me feel good that they like me. That's important. That's it. I think I got it there. I think that said it. It matters immensely what people think of me and my work, but not for me. It matters for everyone a little bit. And maybe I'm over burdening myself with that thought. But that's how much I care about other people making games. That's how much I care about the Sydney game dev scene and the Australian game dev scene. Is I would die for these people. Like, I would do anything to make. Am I gonna cry? What the fuck? I would. It's a thing I would give my entire life for, to ensure that people. Sorry. God, we're having a therapy moment. Chat, shut up. I would give my life to ensure that Sydney or the game industry and the part that I can affect, so Sydney, has the best chance it can have at being an environment where games that affected me at early high school could affect other children. The games that I grew up playing had such an effect on me and shaped my life in such positive ways that I would give my life to make sure that those games could be made. And be made here. Like, I want that. Because Fortnite's not one of those games. Roblox is not one of those games. Those games didn't help me. So Insignia serves that journey. It really does, and it's like the game that I marry or whatever. Like, yeah, of course Insignia is my baby. You don't marry a baby, but you get the analogy. The analogy's fallen apart. I'm committed to Insignia. But there are other very, 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 very important parts of that mission that are not served by me working on Insignia exclusively. Like, critical parts of the mission do not get served in the meantime. Me spending what could be, I could die next year. I might not finish Insignia. Like, anything could happen. And I don't want my legacy to be Adam was the guy who was working on Insignia. You know what I mean? Like, I have the power to affect people in a positive way or to contribute to my community now. And Insignia isn't going anywhere. So is that real enough? Hey Bear Devs. I want to read your comment out loud. After watching one of the podcasts you were featured on, I think it was Thomas Brush's. Yeah, it probably was Thomas Brush. You discussed the innate advantage of the big audience that you've worked so hard to build. I did. You're continuing, so I'll let you keep typing. Man, I hope this is helpful. This content. I care so much about this stuff. Oh, wow. Thanks, Antidote. It's like I think like I was there's this kid who I've seen a few times at this event. He's like also like I'm Lebanese. I grew up in Western Sydney. I don't know if he's Greek or Lebanese, but you can tell because we talk similarly. He's like, he reminds me of myself, right? At like a younger age. And I've seen him a few times. I'm sorry, I forget your name, mate. He's super bright, super motivated, really cares about making games. And he's a go-getter. He's better than me. Like I really held myself back for a few years, being too afraid to like look for jobs or in game dev or to even put my foot out there. Like I just didn't even put my foot out there to even try. Like I just wasn't, but he is. And like desperately, people like him need opportunity. Like if the scene is not capable of sustaining really smart, like he actually I think is doing his education like advanced. Like he's like, I think he's like 17 and he's like finishing tertiary education or whatever. It's like people like that, if the bright, hopeful, committed people who, I mean, like, you know, comes up and says, hey, like, I really appreciate like what you do and you encourage me to do this. And if I'm a role model to that person, but then there's nowhere for them to go and then they move on to other industries, like I have failed. Like the industry, the Sydney community has failed them. So how does this relate back to Insignia? It really just it's really just that I don't want to be so isolated for so long that I can't, that my ability to reach people it's there, but it's not being utilized. You know, it's like I have a megaphone and I'm not using it. It feels wrong. And that megaphone shouldn't be attached to Insignia exclusively. Yeah. Bear devs. Oh, they're still writing. You still there, Bear devs? Yeah, I feel very like I've learned so much. I'm so grateful for the experiences that I've learned. I just want to like quickly show them off. You know, whether it's in a game jam setting or otherwise. I just want to like, you know, bear the fruit, not just have the tree. I think I'm going to go tell my wife that. Be right back. Yo, just taking a bit of a bigger break. See you in a bit. Anyway, I'm back. Told my wife, didn't resonate, so... Anyway. Yo, Bear Devs was typing something and they didn't finish it. I feel bad. I read half their message and then it says continuing. And then that's it. It doesn't... They never wrote anything after that. Yeah, this is some message. They've been running for half an hour. No, we're not talking about AI. Get out of here. Not today. Anyway. Let's just keep talking about it. Insignia stuff. What is the number one thing that I think is stopping me from having the game be able to resonate with publishers directly? Other than in that last message that Swizz had you pull up, you mentioned that you couldn't find the publisher willing to give enough funding. I don't think I said that per se. No, it's without giving up creative control or too much equity. Yes. Is that like arbitrary? 30% in your mind, 50, 60, 70. For me, it's sorry, I didn't read the rest of your message. For me, I don't want to give away more than 50% of net revenue after Steam. I don't want to be the minority shareholder in the game's revenue after Steam. I think I've put in way too much. I think like at this point, if the game succeeds, I will have been the reason it succeeded. Right? Having spent like 9 years of my life almost solo working on it. Obviously, and then personally acquiring the funding to hire the team and directing them directly on it. At that point, like, you can't say that's less than half of the reason why it succeeds. So yeah, basically, that's right. I mean, I wouldn't mind. It wouldn't be impossible to do like a patchwork thing where I get multiple different funding sources and we cobble something together so that I'm asking less from a publisher so that their 70% is not, you know, it's like the amount they have to recoup is lower. But I also think that like one of the biggest reasons why it's probably one of the biggest reasons why I think I'm considered a risk by publishers for Insignia is that I don't have a big back catalog of other games. Like, if we had like 3 successful games under our belt, I think it would be easier. Yeah, basically, Sarah. Which is fine. I mean, I don't deserve more than that in terms of like, I haven't done anything to separate myself from anybody else. Like, I'm super proud of me getting here. No publisher has to be proud of me. You know what I mean? They don't know me from a bar of soap. Yeah, the proving that I can deliver part is not something that I'll be able to do on Insignia alone before Insignia comes out, right? It's going to be a risk no matter what. So I think it's actually I mean, like, not to add more arguments, but like proving that I could deliver would be making a smaller game, you know, like coming back to the side project. Sure, chainsaw. Correct. This. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is that most publishers do not get into these conversations. Most publishers, even conservative ones, understand that there's very little they can do to, like, if a game's not gonna succeed, they're not gonna change that to make it succeed. So they have to kind of already pick good bets, you know. Yeah, that's true. And look, I'll be honest. I have made mistakes in the last 6 months. I haven't pushed myself out there. I've established relationships with multiple very, very high profile publishers, and I haven't done a good job of following up on those because I was sort of a little bit distracted by a different opportunity that didn't happen to pan out. So that's my mistake. That was maybe a little bit of wishful thinking, procrastination, naivety. That opportunity didn't go where I wanted it to go. And I take responsibility for that. Sometimes you have to learn the hard way. So, yeah, this is where we're at. So what do these things mean? What do I have to do for the trailer? I mean, there are lots of tasks for the trailer. Part of this is going to be like sharpen. Well, I need to put out, gosh, it's so hard, but I think something on Steam, anything on Steam, and then later, something with a bit more polish on YouTube. Anything on Steam is going to help. And it doesn't have to be the only release. I can update that. No one's going to notice. But YouTube, I think I want to do it right. We've been talking about Instagram account for Insignia specifically, and lots of content ideas there, such as like digital, like virtual video postcards of locations, some sort of like prequel story, which I'm probably not going to do, but talked about a back catalog of concept / pixel art, little tiny vlogs, or just shift posting. Just having a brand presence, essentially. Yeah, like a Smash Dojo too. Like, yeah, just tiny vlogs / updates. For YouTube, it's probably just more driving, I guess it is vlogs. Or just like show and tell, really, of the game. It doesn't have to be even like a tutorial about what I did or how I made it, or just like, I made this cool thing, look at this cool thing I made. Or like, talk about lore dumps and stuff like that. There is something else about like inviting people into the world that I'd like to do. And then proving that I can deliver with a private. This can only be done by either re-releasing an update of Arrowbound so it's not offline, and then potentially working on Slashcore, hypothetically. What else? I mean, is there really any other way that I would become a more successful? I suppose it's just like, just literally like appeal to them, like tell a good story, introduce myself. Be nice. Just be nice. Show an interest in their catalog. Find mutual opportunity. Yeah, when I say Instagram, I also mean the rest of it. Confide them on the journey. Allow them to weigh in. I think they're not even in the conversation right now. So I should do that. And then also, I guess, remain active. This could just be back here. This is go to events. This is showcase the game. Keep doing fun stuff like merch. Just be active. What do I expect the publisher to do? It's a good question. Give me money. But also, like, I would be totally open to a publisher. I went to a talk that was given by Shuhei Yoshida from PlayStation yesterday. He's incredible. And he has a publishing company. And he was saying that, they help with development. I would be so open to a publishing company that had a lot of developer experience, understanding how to help developers. Like a publisher should bring something to the table that allows developers to make use of their experience, right? As a publisher, you understand where the money goes. You understand where it's valuable. You should understand what converts to more customer satisfaction, more sales, the timings, the strategy. All of that stuff is stuff that developers aren't going to get better at just by making the games, but you get better at it by publishing them. So you would hope that a publisher would be good at that. These days, yeah. I mean, that you would hope, that's traditionally, you would hope a publisher would do that. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. This is my first time doing something of this scale. I have a really good idea about what I'm doing and what I need, but I also want to be able to confide in a publisher to check my expectations, to guide me where I need to be guided so that we can all profit. You know, that's all I really hope for. And it's not, you know, I understand that like a lot of publishers value their contribution or the amount of risk they're taking on as much higher than the game dev, because there are lots of games. Hello. And especially publishers that want to stay in business, they have to make good bets. They have to be very careful and prudent about who they pick. And there are lots of games, so they can do that and keep their risk low and keep their margins high, and fair enough. But that also can be, you know, it's hard for a developer to give up so much. And I'm not the kind of person who, I will make this game myself. Like, I genuinely would just sit here and make it. And I probably could, if I was happy to not make much money in the meantime. I you know, if it's literally just pay my composer and my sound effect artist and I do all of the rest of it, localization, the porting, the finishing the writing, the rest of the animation, I could do it. It's just going to take me like 10 more years. Or I'd have to massively descope it. But I think there's a fun game at the scope that I want to release it at. So having more resources helps there. I'm a really big fan of 70-30 until recoup and then 30-70. I think that's fine, as long as like when the game is proven to be good and people are playing it because it's good, that the developer gets rewarded for making a good game. Our game devs get 49%. The studio only holds 51% as a stakes thing, but both equally bring a ton to the table. 50-50 is okay too, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm like, luckily I have enough reach that I can talk to pretty much any publisher I want. Because I've talked to my top, there's a list of publishers that I would want to work with. I've talked to the ones at the top of the list. So at this point, I'm not in that position where I would be just grabbing anything. Like, I'm not going to get suckered into a deal that's just like, just to get a publisher. That's not really my interest. I'm looking for something competitive. And that's not to say that my game is, you know, the best game in the world or anything like that, but I've been doing this long enough to not just jump. Interest then, rather than just launch the game, what's the hope of landing a publisher? I need resources to release the game. That's it. Having a publisher, having a good relationship with a publisher is something that I'm totally open to. And certainly, like, even for the next game, like, it'd be great to have a publisher who would be able to help fund the next game. But honestly, if I'm being super honest, at least right now, because I don't know, like, if I found the right one, I might have a different opinion, but right now, I would say I probably have an apprehensive relationship with publishers. Like, I would prefer not to need one, is what I'm trying to say. It'd be great if I had the money, I wouldn't get a publisher. Unless I really felt like they could elevate the visibility of the game just to get it in people's hands. That would be the only reason, is visibility. Just to, you know, like sometimes there's a bit of like, it's like taste making, you know? If a publisher has a really good relationship with Nintendo and the publisher gets a, you know, we get a spot at the Game Awards or like in a Nintendo Direct or something like that. Like, yeah, that would be like amazing. Or even just to have a marketing budget and knowing how to spend it. Sure, that's great. But I would love to not need to have a publisher to do that stuff. That's more just because, you know, I don't have access to that stuff otherwise. Okay. So I think there's something in the deck that I'd like to address, which is something like challenges and opportunity. That's probably the biggest thing I need to address right now, is like the time thing. Why is it taking so long? And the opportunity. Well, the reason why it's taking so long, I don't have a lot of revenue to spend on budget. Opportunity, you have money. Let's do it. But yeah, I kind of like, I've forgotten some things to pay the Steam registration fees. But again, making the game for me is not a matter of money. It's a bucket list item. Yeah, I'm not, I do want to reach an audience. I suppose there's like a question of like, gosh, just for chat. What is the smallest version of Insignia that I could possibly make and be happy with it? Let's just ask that question. So what is success first? What is success for Insignia? Well, I would love to make a profit on my time spent, which is harder and harder to do, but it's something like, you know, let's be selfish. Let's say selfishly, you know, 100K for every year in dev minus what I've earned in content creation. So something like probably $1 million by the time the game comes out. Let's just make it easy. That would be, I would feel happy if that happened. That'd be great. So there's profit. Another one is like story. Is that right though? 15 times 66,000. Yeah, but that's, you got to take away the Steam and taxes and everything from there. It's something much bigger than that. Yeah, so you got to go for something more like 15. Well, the game's not $15. The game's going to be like more like $30 Australian. Now you can multiply that by 60,000, and that gets you a lot closer. So at my price point, yeah, about 60k copies would be good. 100k would be really good. I really want to sell. Okay, so reaching my audience. 100k players. That'd be great. Telling my story. So the story. Whoa. So the game's intended story is 5 chapters, full narrative arc, single release. It's like 10 bosses minimum. It's per region, 5 enemies. So it's probably 30 enemies total. Explorable world. Backtracking. And extra paths in chapter 5. And it's end game content across the world in chapter 5. I mean, it's also like in-game cutscene, like animated scenes, intro, outro, before bosses, pivotal moments. That's never gonna happen. I'm never gonna get that. But I guess we'll scratch that. We can scratch that. We could probably even scratch this too, to some extent. Like these ones are scratchable. They're not scratched. But, maybe we could do something like this. This, for MVP, this could get cut. This could get cut down to maybe 25. This could get cut down to, it has to be greater than 5. It has to be probably at least 8. And I will not compromise on these, I don't think. I mean, my art style, could I compromise on that? I would compromise on art style. So that would be success. So the question is, what is the cheapest version I could make to reach this success? I don't think I can answer that, definitively right now, but I could say something like, I mean, with the team I've got right now, just the team I've got right now, games only in English, no localization, Steam and Switch releases. I gotta say that. Steam plus Switch. I already have the dev kit for Switch. I know what that costs. I've written it down a bunch of times. It's about 100k Aussie dollars a chapter if I include my costs that I pay myself to be comfortable, but it's about 80k otherwise per chapter. So in assets, and then what does that cost? So what could that cost? What could that cost? So it literally is something like 80k for chapters each. 4 chapters, 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. That's lowballing it, but we're trying to go for minimum here. So that's 240, right? Plus at the pace we're going, probably is like 3 years worth of time. If I'm doing everything, but if I'm covered, this is the thing. If the money is guaranteed, I can dedicate a lot more time than I have been. Even the last 4 months, I haven't been full time on the project. Like this year, I've been closer to part-time, half-time on Insignia. So that's if I had everything I needed to right now. I mean, maybe it's less than 3 years, but it's probably not less than 3 years if it's just me working on it, plus my team. Because I need like probably 6 months to properly grey box. Studio runway. I mean, I'm the studio. So like if it's just like me supporting it, you know, yeah, it's fine. But this also isn't the number. I wouldn't throw this number. Even 300k AUD would be very cheap. And honestly, like my goal is to make this number go down by making this number go up. But it's possible that I can't do that. Spending less time by spending more money. I think right now our like comfortable estimate is double this, closer to 500k, because I expect to bring a lot more people on so that I can bring down the time. And I think I can do that after the grey boxing period. So then the smallest ask would be something like 300k, the smallest ask. So if I go to the pitch, are we there? I wrote this and I never showed a single publisher this slide. I hid this slide from the deck. Yeah, it's about this. That's USD, so that's actually more. That's the higher side. This was the more conservative side. I still think we're about in the same spot. It's not that different. I really think 2 years with a team of 10 is doable. I think if I super compromise what the game is, I could make it still be probably not 2 years on my own or even with my current team, but we could make something fun. I think this is where we're at. Like, this is why I'm a little bit hesitant here and where all this trepidation comes from. Is that the word? Trepidation? It's really this grey boxing period that I've outlined here, this timeline, expects that I will be doing a certain amount of tasks because I'm committing to a production strategy, i.e. committing to a game at a certain size. I don't have to do that, but this assumes that. And that's like a big deal for me to commit like all that time to gray boxing out a game that, like, I think that's the best size for the game, but maybe, I don't know, like that's a lot of energy to commit to something. Is there a smaller version? I mean, what we have validated is the demo. Would I be happy if I just made the demo times 5? That's the question. I think I would be almost happy. So the answer is no, I'm not happy with the demo as chapter 1 because it lacks a couple things that I think it needs to have. But those things don't have to be expensive, they just have to be present. So what are the things that chapter 1 is missing? For me, these are very small things. I think chapter 1 is lacking in spectacle in a couple moments. Chapters 2, 3, and 4, and 5 have them, certainly. But it's sort of like more of those trailer moments, just things that you want to see in a trailer. That's all. I think I could personally produce those. It requires a bit more confidence. So it's like chapter 3 has a train sequence in it. If there's a point in the game where the train derails, I want to see that on the screen. I want to see the train go off the tracks. Or if there's a skyship that sails in through the clouds and is, this dramatic moment where it's fire coming through the night sky, I want to see that. The game doesn't have to be everything else to have those moments. It just needs to have those moments to be like an exciting film of a game. It just needs a bit more drama, a bit more like action. Because as a game, I like it. I like the game. I like the systems. I like the forging. I like the combat. I like the quests. It just needs a little bit more, like one of the biggest criticisms I have, I should write this stuff down. So like more spectacle. What would I change? What do I want to see beyond chapter 1? I want to see more spectacle, not necessarily expensive, just dramatic. It's really like big things moving on the screen. It's not even like high production value. It's just like, I want to see like a bigger thing, you know? A lot of the game right now is like idle person standing still while idle person walks up to them and talks to them. So it's really just more of that. And then more confident expression of environments and NPCs. So like locations should be more lived in, NPCs should be seen living in them. Like there's a farm, show people working in the farm. There's a highway, show a man driving a cart and a donkey on the highway. It doesn't even have to be like an NPC you can talk to. It just needs to be present. It just needs to be like a world. You know, this is the same thing we were doing with Wilhelm here. It's like showing him lounging around by the watchtower with his underwear on the line is world building. Having him just standing in the watchtower is not. So that's important. And it's not that doesn't cost more. That's just better planning. That's the difference between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit is no pre-production, just get it on film, make it look pretty, spend a lot of money. Lord of the Rings is take the time to think about what you want to put on the film. It's not more expensive, it just takes more time. So it's not these aren't budget things. These are just planning things. We're going to draw the NPCs. It's just what pose do we draw them in? More efficient enemy encounters. So like fewer frames, more multiplication, behavior stacking. So I think the Langston was like a total overblown budget. I love that enemy. I guess this is the question, like, is an enemy like that, is that Insignia? Is that crucial to releasing the minimum game? For me, it's like, I think we could have done this enemy, a version of it that's a little bit smaller, just a little bit smaller, and just as good. Honestly, Kerr is a boss, and he has fewer animation. He's simpler to animate and does just the same amount of stuff. Well, maybe not. I wonder if I got Luca to animate this, if it would be expensive or not. I mean, if it has to be me, I'll do it. I'll do it. It'll take me a week, and I think that's another thing is like, sometimes with this time stuff, like if I had like Joe Williamson working with me on the game, we could knock out, even if I paid him double, we could do a lot of the pixel art a lot faster together than Morgan and Luca, because Morgan and Luca are pixel art beginners. And Swizz has said this, to her credit. It's true. If I had like an animation studio working with me on this, a lot of the animations we'd get through a lot faster. We'd even be able to make more mistakes. Like we just do redraws of stuff and it would be fine. Because they just turn them out. They would just, yeah. Not to Luca or Morgan's discredit, they're amazing. They do amazing work. The quality level is right on par with mine. It just takes, the experience isn't there for us to be able to flow that fast. But I mean, I would happily finish the game with them. It's not a limiting factor of the game getting finished. Everyone does amazing work. But in terms of if we can afford to make more of this enemy, probably not for the MVP. Not like this. I wanted to do at least one of them per chapter. It might not be possible, or I might have to bring down the complexity. I think what I'm noticing with the Langston was something like this, and it happened with the Hunden too. And it happened to me the first time because I did the Hunden. It was like you put in like a linear increase in complexity of like animations or like size in the canvas. Like you make the canvas 96 instead of 64 pixels, but the amount of time that it takes goes up like a lot. So just to get a little bit more, you spend a lot more. You know, you want double the amount of pixels, you got to spend quadruple the amount of time, you know, from here. So that we have to fix. On the flip side, though, the barbarian was, I would say, very good. I would say this was a beefy character, probably more screenshot appeal than the Langston. But it got done faster, half the time, I would say. Because of different production quality, different animation style, bulkier, more limited frames, fewer animation states. So the difference there is when you create box-shaped enemies, I'm gonna give you guys one of the best game design analogies that so perfectly captures a lesson that I have learned. I hope you take this with you. Here it is. You can create one box-shaped enemy in terms of fulfilling the two axes, depth and breadth of gameplay. It has lots of animations and can do lots of different strategies, blah, 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 right? You can build one enemy that has this and this, and you have to multiply these two to make that one enemy. Or you can make an enemy that's got not a lot of depth, but a lot of breadth. An enemy that has not a lot of breadth, but a lot of depth. And then you get the box out of the intersection of those enemies as one encounter. Like, if you fight this enemy with this enemy, that's as fun and interesting as fighting this one enemy. But these two took less time. So like, this guy just shoots arrows. This guy just has a shield. But fighting the arrow guy standing behind the shield guy is much more interesting than doing either of them in isolation, but costs the same as making them individually. Whereas making a guy with a shield and a bow who can swap between them and go into different modes and blah, blah, blah costs more than doing either of these two things. A lot more, like way more. So if you can, where you can, additional content is better than standalone content that applies lots of different principles or hits lots of different values. So simple enemy, big enemy hits you hard with fast enemy that runs around between him. Like, that's a different fight. Plus, you can do multiple combinations, right? Well, now we put this guy, and then we also give him a little bird that flies around him or something like that, And that bird's its own enemy, and he's its own enemy. You can do a level where you just have the bird, a level where you just have this guy, another level where you have this guy and the bird, but there's 3 birds, and they're all circling around him, and they dive at you or whatever. That's what I think we need to head more towards than what we have right now, which is a lot of single encounters. A lot of like, fight this guy. Okay, now fight this guy. Okay, now fight this guy. Okay, now fight this guy. In chapter 1, it's fine. In chapter 2 and beyond, it needs to be more additive to save time and energy. So, it also makes the game more understandable. You can comprehend one enemy that does this one thing and one enemy that does this one thing. It's easier to comprehend that than to comprehend an enemy that can do lots of different things. So I learned that lesson. I want to share that lesson with the world. I just don't know if anyone... I'm sure that lesson's been given somewhere else. All right. So, I mean, thankfully, what does this do? Control P? Control Shift P? There we go. And I'm like, why is it so grainy? More spectacle, more confident expression of environments and NPCs, more efficient enemy encounters. So, look, I think we're doing that already in Chapter 2. These enemies, these two specifically, I was really trying to push the team to see what they could do. And I think I've learned the lesson. I think it cost me like 2 enemies from each team member to do these two. Like they did one when they probably could have done 2 or 3. But I also think that like doing the grey boxing is important anyway for me to do. So it's fine if they spent that energy doing that, because I still think I think actually there will be a real, if you have a couple of high density enemies in the game, it's going to make everything feel a lot more complex. If every enemy was simple, the game actually would feel simple too. It's the illusion of the coverage, you know? It's like if you have a couple of high detailed areas, it makes everything feel high detailed. So, in like a painting, you know what I mean? So what else? There's probably a question of like, why? The worst thing has been, I think, just not having literally that. Just being on the road to producing the game without thinking about what you're producing is just going to lead to boring stuff. And grey boxing helps that. since 2017. Alrighty, maybe we'll do some. What the heck? The heck is that? Why is that written there? Did that try to go to a new line, maybe? Your hands. Yeah, that's right, Grand Isle. That's my... I made it. Yeah. My favorite git command? I don't really have one. Why does that do that? I've never seen that before. Is it about 4 lines of text? Is it we're over the letter count? It does make it easier. I actually have an importer, so I can literally just take text from the game and just copy it into that little window, and then from there it creates all the character portraits. Not creates the portraits, but imports the portraits, so it knows who's talking and that kind of thing. So this was just based on text. I've got a little text formatter. Armin's preferred cheese, Wensleydale. Brie. I'm using Figma, Gurjansing, to do the planning. Okay, so then he's gonna disappear afterwards. Probably with a timeline asset. I'd really... There are a few things that I do multiple times, like an NPC disappearing, that... I guess I have to do it in a timeline. So then what that does is it means that this kind of goes away. And then he goes away from here too. And then I go here, here, and I say, where's my create in scene button? I need causality editor. There we go. So I click this button. That's the cutscene. There he is. How do I write the story? Kind of like a book or a movie. I have like a screenplay. And then here I make it happen. So you can see here's all the dialogue. In fact, I think I might have doubled up. Yep. There we go. So it's just that. And then here it's plugged into this character. Here it's plugged into Armin in the scene. So I have a walk animation for Tiberius? Please? Yes. Okay, very good. Good enough. How complete is the story? As in the game, or like just at all? It's written. I know what happens. Hey, Lathe. How's it going? This is Unity, Wilecott. Why does he stop so quickly? He looks mostly right. He's kind of far from the floor, though. There we go. It is the default Unity timeline, but I use it in custom ways, if that makes sense. It's so the thing about the timeline that's insane is that without the timeline, you do not think of visual gags. You do not think of what the player can see, the audience's reaction to those things. If you don't have like camera work that you can do, so much of what you end up writing stays on the page because it's like you're writing for a book, but it's not a book, it's a visual medium. So being able to come in here and edit a cutscene like this is so important. Like I just realized it would be great if when Armin walks in, the camera is here and he walks across and then stops here and the camera keeps going and shows Tiberius standing right there. So it's like, you know, he's in the night, he's running away from something. He doesn't realize the guy's just standing there in the middle of the hallway. Like that's, you couldn't write that in dialogue. Have I tried cutscenes? Do you mean like hand animated stuff? This took me a long time as well. I mean, it was not easy. It's still work in progress, and there were a lot of quirks. What about ultra wide monitors? I've got black bars. The game is 16:9 no matter what happens. All right, well, let's see that in action. Cool. So we need to make sure that Tiberius is active the whole time so that when we do this, well, he's not visible there. So then why is he visible here? There we go. That's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. And even what I'd like to do is clone this, take this, go to Armin, and have him go like this. Tiberius. Much better. And then now we can do some more emotion. So this, nobody knows if he actually died. He can say it like this. Sad face. Like that. Maybe, do I have it looking down? No. Just that. Maybe we start Armin a little bit further to the left. Cool. And then I need him to walk away. So the reason why it's not walking away is because we need, right at the end, we need to wait for timeline end. Tiberius. So we need, I think, a longer... Oh, do not allow retriggering. But we should have a given flag here. We need a new one. Yep. So then, what else? We didn't get the right ending there. This needs to sit. This fade between needs to be a fade between over like more time. Or just like a regular fade out and then sure. So that's a typical cutscene in Insignia. But now we can't do this because we need to go to the library. And we need to update data GUIDs. Okay. There we go. It should be, Armin should say Margrave Tiberius there. It's his official title. No, even better. Lord Margrave. Maybe he would just say Lord Tiberius. And then we can make this 1080p. Okay, cool. I would like to hold on that a lot longer. I also think where's Armin in this scene? Cool. I mean, that's good. That's prototyped. That's grey boxed. Probably could be even more grey boxed than that. But given that I don't know. Wait, really? This didn't... Oh, we walked in through the door. Where is the door? It's over there. Cool. Yep, so we go from here into here. Perfect. So I also need Lena. She needs to be in this scene. I don't know how I forgot her. Lena and Marion. And I don't think I even have Marion in the game right now. I don't even think she's designed. I've got, there's a whole character. I've got her bedroom, but I don't have her. So the story here is that this girl is a ward of the state, well, a ward of the Lord, the Lord's ward, who's about the same age as his daughter. And she is living here. It's kind of a little bit like Sansa Stark in Game of Thrones when she goes to King's Landing. It's like she's like betrothed to the king, sort of, or like will be. It's like not a lady in waiting. What do you call it? She's just like a maiden, really. Just like someone who's like a noble who lives in the court, whose parents live far away, and one day she'll be expected to marry somebody in the aristocracy, and so she's just here. And her sister, Ilya, is trying to take her away, back home. because it's not safe here. You know what it is? It's Jaime Lannister and Bronn trying to save what's her name? Baratheon. The daughter. Cersei's daughter. It's basically that. Anyway, this girl, she's like best friends with the Lord's daughter. And this is the Lord's daughter's room. So I need her in here somehow. So, there is a conversation here in chapter 2 where this happens. Ilya, Lena, but Marion's not in this chapter. It doesn't make a lot of sense for her not to be here. Wonder if I should rewrite this. Okay, it's in the scene. It exists in the game. Maybe we don't need a portrait for her. There we go. I made it myself. It's one of the first things I built for Insignia, actually. Even before I had like much of a game, I built this dialogue system. So again, this is one of those things where I could just create this in the scene. There's Ilya. I don't need her here like this. I need this to be validated. Armin meets Lena. And it shouldn't be called that really. It should be called... Armin meets Ilya in Marion's room. Okay. So this is Lena, and this is Lena. I suppose that doesn't need to be there. Lena just needs to be a sprite that says Lena. And she needs to be don't think she needs to idle. What happens if I just press play right now? It does ruin it. It kind of forces me to animate her, which I don't really want to do. Okay, she's fine like that then. Cool. So I put her down here. I put you facing the other way at the window. And then I have the trigger box for this cutscene as... didn't let me trigger it. I think I might have to go to trigger on collision. Save that. And then go back to it. I guess. I'll just give it a box collider. How do we get straight to there's nowhere to run? Let's clone that and say you. Yeah. Oh, needs to be a trigger box. That's too much emotion. I like to do open mouth first, closed mouth second, like that. So it's you, and through gritted teeth. There's nowhere to run. If you try it, I'll call the guard. And they'll see that you were the kidnapper all along. And they all run off. We jump into the night. I don't like coming kid. I don't like that. Better. Sweet. So then, gosh, this is a lot of scenes at the end of chapter 2. It sets up a lot. When we leave out this window, I don't have a scene for this, but basically they're going to be on a branch of the giant tree. And right now, I don't have an answer for this because the surrogate plot point in my brain that will go here is literally the scene in A Bug's Life. Where they're hang gliding on the leaves. That's what I have in my brain. So like Ilya, you know, he does the Aladdin thing, you know. Armin does the Jasmine thing. He's like, will you take me? Will you, what does he say? Will you come with me? And then this isn't really the scene. It's the scene where they're building the bird. And there's a moment here, I think. This moment where they surf down. They surf down the leaves. It is a giant tree. It would have giant leaves. So do we do this moment? Do you trust me? Do you trust me? What? Do you trust me? Yes. This is what happens in the game right now. I don't know if something more important should happen. I'm thinking maybe the alternative of this would be that they would instead maybe there's like the branch droops down to like a building top and they just like drop from the branch down to the building top. They all die. Yeah. So in this chapter, there's like a giant tree that's like the castle where these people live. And so the tree overshadows everything. You can see it. The whole city is shadowed by the tree. And so this is the tree. When you go into here, this is the base of the root, like the trunk. And then Armin has run up these stairs. That's where these living quarters are. And now he's jumping off of a balcony 3 or 4 stories up, 5 stories up or something like that. Like up here somewhere. More even. It would be like up here relative to like the actual size. So there's going to be a branch that's hanging out this way, and he needs to go down to like the town square basically from the branch. So there's a lot of air between those 2 spots. I did have this kind of moment. Maybe you can see it there. That's what we're looking at. So this is pretty much the balcony, but I would have like a branch coming down or something from it. Maybe I don't have to be explicit about how they get here, but it would be cool to have like for a trailer, this is what I'm saying. I was saying this before, like I want the spectacle. I want to draw Armin holding a leaf and Ilya, both of them like parachuting down. I want that moment. That's a fun moment. It is good, right? I drew this and I was like, why did I put this scene in the game? And now when I look at it, I'm like, I know why I put this scene in the game. It has so much, it puts everything in perspective so well. But it doesn't connect to anything right now. So the idea was that you could maybe like wall jump up a bunch of like neighborhood buildings to get to up here. Anyway, this is the scene that I need. So it's template scene. Copy that and then go scenes, chapter 2, Cheverton, and then just paste it in here and then call this Cheverton leaf gliding scene. Let's do it. It's time to add it. There's not going to be a hang gliding minigame. That's not the plan. I just think like I need to be in the mindset at this point in the game's development where I'm okay expressing myself, like doing fun, cool things that just like the game that is the story. You know what I mean? Like I can't just be saying, well, this would happen, but we're not going to do that because, you know what I mean? Like put it in the game. Just put it in. I can't go up there right now, but I could go up there if I wanted to. I think that I need to keep doing that. Add fixed current scene. Ooh, that didn't like that. That also didn't like that. Oh no, it's okay. That's there. And that's there. Okay. Draw preview texture. Is there not one? It's there. Oh, do you know what? You know why? Actually. Well, it didn't go here, that's for sure. That has it. There it is. I had to import snapshots. I really don't want to have to do that every time. I need to fix that. All right. This software or, oh, this software is Figma. And honestly, we could, I guess it depends on if we see Ned again before the end of the cutscene, sequence. Chapter. What happens? I don't have it written here, but I should have a plot beat somewhere. Right, okay, that's not enough. Okay, I've just got, they flee Cheverton together on horseback. So we need to get from the leaves to horseback. I'm not sure if we talk to Ned before we go. that's for another day. Okay. So annotation. Let's put one in. Armin and Ilya stand on a branch. She pulls a leaf from the tree. A Bug's Life style, and surfs and paraglides down to the streets of Shepperton to where her horse, in fact, to the outer perimeter of Shepperton, where her horse Lazarus is waiting. Okay. I suppose I could just do a big sprite shape for the tree right now and get it over with. Ow, that hurt my throat. This is too big. Still too big. Cool. Nice. Okay. So then this scene technically leads to here. And I think I'll just leave it, actually. I think this is technically the end of chapter 2. Wow, that felt weird saying that out of my mouth. Okay. Well, it's almost time to wrap up. I got some other work to do tonight, so I don't want to push this stream too far. I've thought about it, Taralis. I've thought about it. It's like, genuinely, it sounds like it solves a lot of problems. The only problem with it is I'm really kind of asking people to care, you know, over a long period of time as I work on the game. And it also forces me to work on the game to finish each chapter in that order that the people will play it. Whereas I'd much prefer to finish the game, edit it, and then release it. If you publish chapter 1, now that's set in stone, you know, in terms of what happens in the story or anything like that. So it has its own challenges too. Well, that's the thing. Like, Game of Thrones isn't finished for that reason. Because if he hadn't published the previous books, he would have been able to fix some of the plot issues that he has with the current book. It would be a nice problem to have. But I think he would much prefer to be able to finish his story properly than to have lots of money and lots of angry people upset at him. I don't. I said it. I don't have lots of money. Hey, Blue Nun, if you don't do any side stuff, or maybe only like 5 or 6 hours, if you literally just ran story, but you have to do all the gameplay. So I think it will be 10 on a casual playthrough and 20 on a proper playthrough, like a slow playthrough. There's lots of things that you can spend. You can beat chapter 1 in 45 minutes, just story, or you could spend 2.5 hours on it. Damn it. There we go, that's better. Yeah, there is a lot. I'm not, like, I mean, this is 20% of the game. This is another 20%. You could spend 2.5 hours per chapter, which puts you at 2.5 times 5, 12.5, plus a little bit more. All right, I gotta go. This is fun, pals. I'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you for being patient with me while I sorted through some emotional stuff. I appreciate your patience and your attention. I still want to make that game. Yo, we've got merch right now. Check it out. Insignia merch. Let's go. It's up. Look at this. Oh my gosh. T-shirts, hoodies, long sleeve tees. Also, if you haven't, please wishlist Insignia on Steam. This is it. We're making it. It's a real game. Thank you so much. As always, I have been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.